is a presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are St. Louis.
This is St. Louis Cardinals baseball, and it's a day game. Game number 3, the Chicago Cubs and the St. Louis Cardinals. The starters of the Cubs have been terrific so far in this series. The return of John Lackey to Busch Stadium, he strikes out 11 in Game 1. Last night, Jason Hamill picked up 2 RBIs. That's all he needed. Did the rest on the mound as he picked up a victory, and now Chicago looks for a sweep. With Jim Hayes and the Mad Hungarian Al Raboski, I'm Dan McLaughlin. Welcome to Cardinals baseball. If the Cardinals do avoid the sweep, they need a good start today from Carlos Martinez.
And Carlos is off to a good start. 2-0 on the year. He's getting the most run support in the National League. Hopefully that will continue. But they're going to have to start swinging at strikes, and hopefully it'll start today.
Kyle Hendricks will get the call for the Chicago Cubs. Carlos Martinez for the Cardinals. Matt Holliday, career 21 home runs against the Cubbies. He's in the lineup today. is strong in the game of Major League Baseball. Fox. Talent from Cuba is strong in the game of Major League Baseball. Fox Sports Midwest is taking a closer look at these players. That will include the St. Louis Cardinals backup catcher, Brian Pena.
America gave me everything that I got. I'm so thankful, to be here in America, and I'm so thankful to America because, it's unbelievable. It's the best country ever, and super proud, super proud.
And we are also proud to bring you Cuba, baseball's final frontier. Coming your way, Monday, April 25th, a show you don't want to miss. That'll be seen 7:30 right here on your home of the Cardinals, Fox Sports Midwest. It's not only Brian Pena, who hails from Cuba, but also Aledmys Diaz. Diaz, the Cardinals shortstop, is in the lineup today. What an impression he's made. Diaz of the Cardinals, next. St. Louis Cardinals baseball on Fox Sports Midwest is brought to you by Bud Light. Raise one, two right now. By Chevrolet. Visit your local Mid-America Chevy dealer for great prices on the all-new 2016 Malibu. And by Menards. Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. Let's hope the rain stays away. The lights are on here at Busch Stadium in St. Louis. Close to 45,000 for day baseball. Along with Jim Hayes and the Mad Hungarian Arabaski up Dan McLaughlin. 68 degrees here in the Gateway City. So the Cubs looking for a sweep. A big reason why. Their leadoff man, Dexter Fowler, he's been outstanding in the 2 games. Followed by Jason Hayward, then Ben Zobrist, Anthony Rizzo, Chris Bryant, Tommy La Stella, his first start. Miguel Montero, Javier Baez, he's at short. Kyle Hendricks is on the mound and batting 9th. Pitching for St. Louis, it's Carlos Martinez with a record of 2-0.
Well, he's pitched very well. Of course, he's gotten the most run support, but you look at those numbers. Opponents only batting .204 against him. Overpowering fastball. Let's have some fun.
First pitch is a strike and we're underway. The on-base percentage for Dexter Fowler is over 500 at the start of play today. He's hitting .375. 11 walks. He's hit 5 doubles, a triple, 3 home runs. Driven in 10.
Looking for a big payday, and of course he also defensively is an outstanding center fielder. It did not work after last season, and he comes back to the Cubs, and they're thankful.
The 2-1 pitch. Carlos Martinez, we saw in spring training, very direct line towards the plate, not falling off as much towards that first base side.
He's really matured over the last couple of years also, and you see he understands, you know, when you're young you love strikeouts, but you find out that strikeouts get that pitch count up. You don't stay in the game long enough, and if he stays in this game past 6 innings, it's usually a Cardinal victory.
A 3-2 pitch to Dexter Fowler. Went with the changeup and struck him out. Dobbs Tire Auto Center's defense for St. Louis this afternoon. It's Matt Holliday at left, Rando Grichuk at center, Stephen Piscotty at right. Carpenter, Diaz, Wong, and Adams on the infield. Molina behind the plate, and in steps Jason Hayward.
Like how Jason takes his helmet off to acknowledge the fans. He is 0 for 9 in this series, but his defense has been a difference maker, and he's hit the ball hard, just no luck.
Fastball taken outside. Very easily could have 5 or 6 hits in this series. Hitting the ball hard. 1-0 pitch. So many teams now look at exit velocity off the bat, and Hayward has had some of the hardest hit balls in this series. And a 1-1. Last start for Carlos Martinez was against Cincinnati. He went 7 innings, gave up 3 hits, 3 runs. Those 3 came on 1 swing of the bat, a home run hit by Joey Votto, the opposite field. You'll notice in this lineup today for the Cubs, 6 lefties. Left-handers batting .250 against Martinez. The righties just .143. Hayward lines it into left center and picks up a base hit. The Hyundai pitch arsenal with Carlos Martinez as we take a look.
I see primarily is the fastball, and it's really the changeup, even though it's third in percentage of pitches thrown, but that changeup, when he has it working, it's very, very good, and that'll be a good pitch for him against these left-handed batters.
The second baseman moving up in the lineup, Ben Zobrist, a switch hitter, hitting .224, home run, 4 RBIs. Hayward a threat to steal, 20+ steals a year ago. This combination, though, would be tough to steal against with the velocity that Martinez has, which is in the mid-90s, and of course what Yadier Molina provides behind the plate.
And that's all the catchers ask for, is just pay attention to that runner at first, keep him close, vary your moves, step offs, different things. Don't let him get that good jump. If you do that, Yadier will do the rest.
Here's an 0-1 pitch to Ben Zobrist. It's good to see that first pitch strike, and that's something that Martinez has done a lot of this year, 74% of the time. That's 5th best in the National League. Kyle Hendricks, by the way, today's starter for the Cubs, is first. But what we've seen is that teams have been really aggressive early in counts against Carlos Martinez. A lot of those balls have been put into play.
Well, Carlos, like you say, he'll try and get ahead like a lot of pitchers. It's their #1 goal, first pitch strike, the best pitch. But you're going to have to hit a very tough pitch with the electricity that he has, whether it's the fastball or the changeup.
They want to run on 2-1. Hayward is not running, and it's a changeup.
We talk about that changeup as such an equalizer, and it's also nice to see that Yadi calls that pitch with a guy on, potentially might be stealing, but Yadi knows his first responsibility is to his pitcher and to get this hitter out, not worrying so much about the on base or the stolen base percentage.
The 2-2. Called, third strike. Second strikeout for Carlos Martinez.
Early in the count, you throw a couple fastballs in, sets up the outside part of the plate, threads the needle right there with perfect location, exactly where Molina asked for.
There's Anthony Rizzo. Jason Hayward has attempted 3 stolen bases against Yadier Molina. Has been caught twice. There's only been 5 attempts against him all season long. He's caught 3. The numbers are just ridiculous for Yadier Molina. 12+ years in the big leagues. There have been 598 stolen base attempts against him. He's caught 41%.
And Dan, when you think about that, that's impressive in itself. But any other catcher with that amount of service time would probably be 1,500 to 2,000 attempts against him. They just don't run against him.
The shift is on here for Rizzo. That pitch is taken inside. Off to a slow start, hitting just 163. The Cubs, though, off to a great start. They went 13-2 back in 1907. Since then, they've started 12-3, only once since 1970. So they could do that for the second time in the last 109 years with a win today. And yet, Al, this offense hasn't gotten going. It's been their pitching.
Yeah, that's a little scary. It's a very good ball club that the Cubs have, but they've been winning with the pitching. So many of the middle of the order, the guys that you think are going to be their big boppers, as you said, really have not gotten off track yet, or on track.
See if he goes with the changeup here. 1 ball, 1 strike. It is the changeup, misses outside. Rizzo a year ago, 31 home runs. Cubs strike out a lot, but so far this year, the first 2 weeks of this regular season, they have drawn an awful lot of walks.
Lead the major leagues in those walks.
Little bigger lead this time by Hayward. Not running on the 2-1, and the pitch is lifted into deep left center field. Grichuk back at the wall. He'll leap, and he got it. Took a home run away. Randall Grichuk in left center. Randall Grichuk takes a home run away. It was Billy Hamilton earlier in this homestand. Grichuk this afternoon, and what a play. Cardinals coming up in the home half of the first. To go by Randall Grichuk. Took a 2-run homer away from Anthony Rizzo. It'll be Carpenter, Piscotty, and Holiday, followed by Adams, Grichuk, Molina, then Wong, Diaz, and the pitcher Carlos Martinez. Kyle Hendricks started game 2 of the division series here at Busch Stadium, gave up 3 home runs, and one of those was to Matt Carpenter, who's 6 for 10 against this right-hander.
This is a strike thrower. Youngest at their rotation, 26 years of age. His first pitch strikes are the best. He only throws about 86 miles an hour with his fastball. A very good changeup, but he gets a lot of ground balls.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Maybe is what the doctor orders for the Cardinal hitters, is somebody that is around the plate and throwing strikes.
And that'll find the seats out of play.
You know, in today's baseball, there's more strikeouts now than say in the 40s and 50s. But you look at, it's when guys are chasing the ball out of the strike zone, and that's something that's not Hendricks' game. He's always around the strike zone, so it may help the Cardinal hitters.
Here's a 1-2 pitch to Matt Carpenter. A check swing, and he went strikeout. Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers around the horn. It's Bryant in left field. Chris Bryant, normally their everyday third baseman. He will start in left and center. He's at left today. Fowler in center, Hayward in right. LaStella, Baez, Zobrist, and Rizzo along the infield. Miguel Montero is behind the plate. What's interesting about the changeup with Hamels is what he can do to right-handers. Intentionally cuts his changeup away from a right-hander. What he does, he holds it a little bit longer, keeps his wrist straight, so it'll tail away from the right-handers instead of diving in. You don't see that very often.
You could do a lot of little different things with fingertip pressure, get it to move one way or the other. Tough homestand for Piscotty.
Just missed. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Hendricks is a graduate of Dartmouth, so a Princeton grad in the Cardinals bullpen. Dartmouth grad on the mound for Chicago as Piscotty hits it sharply to third and off the glove of LaStella. Heading to second base with his third double this year.
That breaks an 0 for 10 for Piscotty, and just his 5th hit in 27 appearances on the homestand. Looked like it took a bad hop and got over the glove of Estella. Tries to backhand it. It comes up on him. Oh, they got by the third baseman, so he's chugging along. Stands in there.
It's not only the strikeouts in the 2 games for the Cardinals that has cost them offensively, but what they've done with runners in scoring position. 0 for 14 in the 2 games, 0 for their last 19. And Holiday takes a ball high.
Not a good low ball hitter, and he's had a lot of success against Hendricks. So we saw that first pitch trying to elevate, go against this Sky Report on Holiday. A low ball hitter, go up.
Puts this one up high in the air. Left field. Bryant back at the wall. Gone! 2-0 Cardinals. Holiday his 3rd home run.
Not only is Holiday over 500 now against Hendricks, that's also the 3rd home run he's hit off this right-hander for the Cubs. Let's have a little fun today.
Two to nothing Cardinals. Holiday now up to 9 RBIs. A swing and a miss by Matt Adams.
Matt had a couple hits in last night's ball game, and he's 0 for 10 against Hendricks, but Mike, he's got to find somebody that's hot.
That's what he's going to do here early on, until somebody takes hold of first base.
But I mean, it's almost like you've got so many people struggling. You know, when you think about Scotty and Hazelbaker, and Grichuk, Moss. But it's early, and you got to work your way out of it.
Al mentioned the velocity of Hendricks. Fastball roughly around 86 miles an hour. He has sacrificed velocity for movement and location this year. The 2-2 that swung on and missed. Strikeout of Adams in 2 in the inning. Having some fun. Day baseball here at Busch Stadium. There's Snyder, number 18. One of the greats in Cardinal history. Well, take one away, and then he watched one sail. And now his cell phone will explode. Here's Randall Grichuk. And a strike. So many things go into that play that Grichuk made. Number one, get the beat on the ball, take a good path to it. You can't have a false step on your angle, and then the time of the jump.
Yeah, you got to kind of do that little stutter step as you're going back there to get your timing ready so you can jump, get to maximum height, bring that ball back in. It's also that when the DeWitt family and the stadium, when they designed the stadium, they wanted walls to be short enough to where you could take home runs away.
The 2-1 is fouled back, and it's 2-2. Grichuk hitting an even 200 to start this year. Popped up, right side, out of play.
It's 89 miles an hour, but he's able to jam some of these right-handers.
The Hyundai pitch arsenal with Kyle Hendricks using that changeup about 19% of the time. Grichuk out to right center. Fowler over and makes the catch. A snow cone grab. Hit this ball as high as he did far. Third home run for Holiday. Just a question of whether it would carry out. It did. Some happy fans here at the ballpark in St. Louis. Cardinals as we move to the second. Let's turn to Al Raboski's Toyota key to the game.
You know, it's early, but you got to remember, just relax. It's a ball game. Go out and have some fun and swing at strikes. And Hendrick may be the perfect guy for you because he does throw so many strikes. It's not overpowering stuff. So look for a pitch that you can drive.
National League Rookie of the Year a season ago, Chris Bryant hits it out of play. Only the 11th third baseman to be named Rookie of the Year. 7th overall in the National League. Evan Longoria won the award in 2008. Last to do it in either league. Ryan Braun last in the National League. Popped up into shallow right. Coming on Piscotty, but Wong wants it. He's got it.
Always like it when the outfielder takes charge there, and much easier for you coming in rather than a second baseman backpedaling. But you know, Wong called that one, and Scotty was just right there to assist.
There's Tommy La Stella. He was acquired from the Atlanta Braves back in May 2014 for Aroydis Vizcaíno and 3 international signing bonus slots. Out of Westwood, New Jersey. 1-0 pitch. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Mentioned the first 2 games with an extra reliever down there. They only have a 4-man bench, so they have to have some versatility.
La Stella last year played in 33 games, hit .269 for the Cubs. Spent time at AA and at AAA. And the 1-2 from Carlos Martinez.
Had a right rib cage inflammation. Missed the majority of the season. Stella.
You have those types of injuries, tough to play this game. Throwing, swinging a bat, sometimes breathing.
Well, and Dan, it's what makes it complicated is you never fully know whether you're healthy or not. You go out there and you can re-injure it. You're back to 0.
First walk issued by Martinez. Follow the Cardinals live with MLB.com at Bat app. Stay up to the moment at any moment. Game Day Live. All the highlights, StatCast news, and more. #1 app for live baseball on your phone and tablet. A 1-out walk, and now it brings in Montero.
Yeah, you hate to see those walks, especially in a guy that really you wouldn't think is going to be able to hit the ball of the ballpark. The ball behind, throw it in the middle of the plate, and let him hit it to center field. Elevate it a little bit and get a fly ball to Death Valley.
Strike one.
Montero on the other side, you know, he can surprise you a little bit with his power. So you have to be a little careful with him, move the ball around.
We mentioned in our open 21 career home runs against the Cubs. For Matt Holliday, now it's at 22. First home run that he hit against the Cubs wearing a Cardinals uniform was a walk-off home run in 2009. And he's put the Cardinals on top today, 2-0.
On this homestand, he got his first game-winning RBI. He has second most game-winning RBIs in this ballpark to Albert Pujols.
Here's the 0-1 pitch from Carlos Martinez. 0-2. Montero came to the Cubs from Arizona. We'll see the Diamondbacks on this next road trip. Off day tomorrow for the Cardinals. They will fly out to San Diego. And maybe we'll be in time to watch the Blues.
Mr. Fashion, how do you like those Arizona uniforms? Road or home are ugly.
I don't.
No, they're horrible.
Strikeout of Montero. Third strikeout for Carlos Martinez.
You see they're working him away earlier in the count, and there's a little cutter. Backdoors it. Left-handed batter gives up on it, but what really set that strikeout up was a couple pitches in on the hands.
What's very unfortunate for our fan base is that the cameras don't catch your socks. Really nice socks you're wearing today, Al.
Thank you. I'm a little concerned that it's the second time you told me how nice they are.
Well, they look like they come with a light switch. I could see you in the dark.
Hey,
You're just
I'm a bachelor right now, you know, and nobody could dress me today.
Does that mean you're colorblind too?
No. Nikki's due date today.
You'll become a grandpa again.
Well, I better.
Oh-1 to Baez. 0-2. One of the instances of replay that really benefited the Cardinals last night. Baez was hit on the wrist, but right before it hit his wrist, it hit the knob of the bat. They went back and looked at it. It was the right call. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
He was just activated last Friday. Had a thumb contusion.
One of the concerns with Baez is just the amount of strikeouts. Hits for power, and when he does connect, hits it hard, but free swinger.
Boy, I remember when we saw him when he first came to the big leagues. You were right. He was either long ball, extra base hit, or a strikeout.
1-2.
First time he's gone to fall toward first base. He's done a remarkable job of calming down on the mound. You know, as a reliever, you can be that, you know, really overly aggressive, animated out there, but as a starter, you got to stay within yourself.
Baez was the 9th overall pick, first round in 2011. La Stella is the runner at first base. The 2-2. And a fly ball lifted out to right, going back Piscotty on the track. Midway through 2, Cardinals on top. Bottom of the second, we head downstairs. Jimmy is near some of his closest friends. Jim Hayes, what do you got?
Well, we're focusing on baseball in Cuba. I was talking to Aledmus Diaz about what life was like for his family, the family he left behind when he defected to this country, and he said it's obviously not easy. They were living on about $20 a month until he was able to start sending some of his earnings back home. He says things are getting better for his family. He's able to talk with them by phone, but they are not free to leave Cuba, so they can't come see him play. He says his family follows his career as best they can, mostly by going to friends' houses and using their internet. Diaz told me he's thankful to have Brian Pena here, another Cuban defector that's been a big help getting him acclimated to life as a big leaguer. And Dan, you know as well as I, when you see Brian Pena, he is always smiling because he loves life in this country.
He had not seen some extended family members for 17 years. And Jim, we should point out with Diaz, it's extended family. Mom and dad are living in Florida, so that is good. I mean, obviously, he was separated for 2.5 years, but now he is with at least his parents and his wife.
Yeah, but he does have a number of family members that can't get out, and he does what he can to help them. But Dan, it is not easy. And you talk to Pena, you talk to Diaz about what baseball means to the young people in Cuba. Not only a sport, but for many of them, they look at baseball as a possible way out of poverty.
Good stuff, by the way, Jimmy, on the pregame with Brian Pena. He was on live, and Brian was part of that Cuban trip. As Molina hits a fly ball out to center field. Fowler is going back. He'll look up, and it's off the wall. It's another double for Yadier Molina, the all-time leader in doubles here at Busch Stadium, and that's his 5th of the year. So we're focusing on some of the great Cuban players that have made it to the United States and then into Major League Baseball. Tony Perez, the Hall of Famer, Minnie Minoso, Tony Oliva, Luis Tiant, and Orlando Hernandez. There's a great production that Major League Baseball did on the Hernandez brothers getting to the United States. Orlando, for the longest time, could not get here. His brother did. And Orlando was considered the premier pitcher in Cuba for years. A base hit out to left. Molina just jogging towards third, and that's Colton Wong with that hit.
Well, he told me he's getting closer and closer. Now 3 for 10 off of Hendricks. Set up away, got a strike thrower, and just even a little bit off the plate, but you're thinking a strike, and you got a pitch you could drive to the opposite field. I have an invitation to go to Cuba this winter with Dr. Bonner, president of the St. Louis Zoo. It's not just us. It's a invitation to take a 10-day trip there. See Chris Bosio.
I would hope you're going to do that.
I'm going to make every effort. I got to find more of the details on it, but been kind enough to ask me to go to the polar bear capital. It's Churchill up in Canada, where there's more polar bears there than any other location. No,
Runners
no,
at the
Dan,
corners.
no, this is conservation, Dan. Not trophies.
Aledmus Diaz, who's hitting .389. He has 6 doubles to lead the club. Picked at number 6 in this series. Jim talked about how those back in Cuba do not have much to look at with the major league players, just glimpses here and there. The only player that Diaz saw growing up was Derek Jeter. Video and posters. And when Mike Matheny said when he watched Diaz at the showcase, he said everything he did was Jeter-like. The shuffle in his walk, when he would hit, he'd grab the left sleeve, pull it up like Jeter would do it.
It's pretty good. Someone to imitate.
Here's an 0-2. And the ball gets away and a run will score. That's Molina. A wild pitch on an 0-2 to make it 3-0 Cardinals.
Well, is Montero a little lazy here? Yeah, just trying, no body shift to go out there and try to smother that ball. Just try to backhand it. More times than not, that ball will get by you.
1 ball, 2 strikes, runner at second. Wong is running. Struck him out and safe down at third. Stolen base number 2 for Colton Wong.
That's what you like to see. Put a little pressure on him. He had a very good jump out at second base. Throw a little bit off. Nice play by Stella to try and catch it and tag with all one motion. But Colton Wong easily safe underneath the tag. That was missed.
There's Carlos Martinez. The infield is drawn in. 1 out here in the home half of the second. Martinez, little floater. Is it fair? It is. Base hit, Carlos Martinez. He drives in his 3rd this year, and it's 4-0 St. Louis.
Well, good to see the Cardinal pitchers contributing. In the first 2 games of this series, Cub starting pitchers outscored the Cardinals 3-1. And now, here, just put the ball in play. The infield in, it cost them. Doubt that Rizzo would have been able to catch that ball if he was playing back, but if you put the ball in play, good things can happen.
Stolen base by Colton Wong looms large. Who knows if that ball would have been caught by Rizzo, but certainly a better chance to get it with the infield back instead of playing in with Wong at third.
Well, even at this point, it gives you an extra run because Wong would have been probably over to third.
Hit to Rizzo, out at second, back to first, and safe.
Carlos
Like
Martinez talking a little bit, as you know,
certainly the throw looked like it beat him to first base. Let's take a look at the slide.
Here. Goes in high and it gets low bridge right there. If he stepped on the bag, he should be out.
He's out.
He's out. This
That'll
won't
go
take long.
3-6-1 on the double play. The Cardinals, though, do pick up 2 runs and add to their lead. Yeah, this should be reviewed very quickly in a double play.
But you saw Carlos Martinez go in standing up at second base, and he got low bridge. That's, you know, you can't have the collision rules, the Utley rule now at second base, but that's how infielders used to defend themselves by, you know, just throwing sidearm, let a guy take it in the face. Well, they saw it in the big board, the Cubs, and they've already made their ruling. They're coming off the field.
So is Stephen Piscotty, who is due up next. He's walking towards the dugout. Matt Carpenter no longer standing at the bag at first. Everybody's figured out it's a double play.
But New York.
Even the umpires looks like they're laughing a little bit. They see everybody off the field. So it's a double play. 3-6-1 on the double play. Cardinals score on a wild pitch and an RBI from Carlos Martinez. 4-0 after 2.
Yeah, I escaped. With the Cuban national team junior in Venezuela. In 1999, I was 16, and I escaped from the window, from the bathroom window in Venezuela. So that was how I did it.
Fans had the chance to hear Jim Hayes' interview with Brian Pena on the pregame show. Brian, when you talk to him about it, gets very emotional. Still a lot of family in Cuba. The Players Association, Major League Baseball, made a goodwill trip to Cuba this past offseason. As Hendricks looks at a ball, the appearance in Cuba was the first by Major League Baseball since the Orioles played an exhibition back in 1999. And then they had the game with Tampa Bay. But the players on that trip in the offseason included Brian Pena, former Cardinal John Jay. We'll see him this weekend with the Padres. Clayton Kershaw, Yasiel Puig, Jose Abreu. And as I mentioned earlier, he had not seen family members for over 17 years. And he said when they landed, they got on a bus to take them to their hotel. Brian Pena was at the back of the bus. He told me that he did not want to initially get off the bus. He was too nervous because, and he said, I know it sounds crazy, but I felt like they'd keep me here.
I think we talked to him in spring training. He said he was 16 when he left, and so it was like 17 years. So he had set foot.
It's over 17 years.
And I could tell you in the 50s, there was no place finer to, for winter ball, and just what a destination spot. But they say it's still in the 50s. It's kind of like going back in time. Remember when Rene Rocha came to us?
Oh, yeah.
And talked to Rene. He was, a star on their team, and he was making about something like, $15, $20 a month. His wife was a doctor, and she was making a colonel's salary from the military, and that was like $25 or $30 a month.
2-2 the count on Dexter Fowler with one out. Pena says that one of his family members has the equivalent of an education of an Ivy Leaguer. That's a doctor. And currently that doctor, who's one of the top doctors in Cuba, makes $10 a month.
Well, there's something that people may not realize, but everybody has to go to school there. So they are all educated.
The second walk issued by Carlos Martinez. He's also struck out 4. Not happy with that call. Next time you want to grab Cardinal seats, get the StubHub app. Not only will you find seats you'll love, whenever you want, you can find the best seat for your buck when you sort by the best value. Get the StubHub app today. The boos, and that means it's Jason Hayward time. He singled to center field on a 3-1 pitch back in the first.
Now 2 for 3 facing Carlos.
Fowler, 1 stolen base this year, standing at first base. One out and a runner at first. They're trying to think of the biggest villains currently that come through Busch Stadium that hear the boos. And right now, Jason Hayward's at the top of that list. You have to say Dusty Baker and Brandon Phillips, probably Ryan Braun. He hears the boos. Bryce Harper will hear some boos for being a great player.
I loved it going into an enemy ballpark and be greeted by a standing boo.
Motivation, huh?
Yeah, I mean, as Hayward said, he goes, I hear the boos, must mean they wanted me to stay.
The Cardinals did. The 1-1 pitch. We're just not used to seeing a player come here, have a good year. He's coming off career highs, most offensive categories. then get a very good contract offer and say no. And then on top of that, go to the Cubs.
That's the whole point. But he made a decision that was his to make, and we have to accept it.
Here's a 2-1 pitch. Hit the other way. There's Holiday. Makes the catch. Fowler back to the bag at first. The Blues are in the Stanley Cup playoffs, if you haven't heard. And Fox Sports Midwest has you covered. Blues and Hawks game 5 right here tomorrow at 8. Missouri Lottery Blues Live post game with player interviews, reports from the locker room after every game. Blues coverage continues into the playoffs. Fox Sports Midwest. I just knew the Blues were going to win those 2 games in Chicago.
I can't believe how you were predicting that.
Let's just say I've been on edge a little bit about the Blues. Pick off. Back in safely is Fowler.
I like that. You see Adams catch that ball and blindly just put the tag behind his back.
With the Rams leaving and the partnership that the Cardinals and the Blues have developed last couple of years, Bill DeWitt III, the Cardinals president, is a huge hockey fan, still plays all the time.
Yeah.
You know, the teams and the city has really gotten behind it. Been fun to watch. Two balls, no strikes. See him trying to locate the slider. He's had issues with that today.
Yeah, he backdoored one for a strikeout. But you can see one of the things he's done, and I would say better today than we've seen a lot of times, is pound the inside to these left-handed batters. Hopefully you can control the count and not fall behind in doing so, but pound inside, it opens up the outside of the plate for the pitcher.
3-0 is hit to Adams. He'll backhand and step on the bag. Cardinals coming up in the home half of the third. Piscotty, Holiday, who is homered, and Matt Adams. Baseball is brought to you by Ford, the official cars and trucks of the Cardinals. And get Major League coverage. T-Mobile has doubled its 4G LTE in the last year. Fan is on the wrong side of the state. Here's Stephen Piscotty, doubled off the glove of Tommy La Stella. First time up. Scored on the home run by Holiday. Really a tale of two different pitchers, these starters here today. Martinez, his fastball velocity is around 95, 9th hardest in Major League Baseball. Hendricks is 139th. Only R.A. Dickey, a knuckleballer, Jared Weaver, and Stephen Wright, Doug Fister throw their fastball with a slower average velocity. But he offsets that with the difference with the changeup.
Right, and he's a pitch maker. You know, he can take a scouting report and thread the needle, throwing strikes into hitters' weaknesses.
There's a stat called runs above average per 100 pitches. Really complicated formula, but it does show the effectiveness of Hendricks in the changeup. There it is there. Ground ball, and the play is made. It looks at all the changeups he throws and if it makes a positive or negative effect of a game. So through this very complicated formula, his changeup is considered one of the better ones in the game. Only 3 in that formula are better.
So it looked like a hanging breaking ball. And Holiday hit the 3rd home run of his career against Hendrick and went 22nd home run against the Cubs. Do it again.
There's Diaz and Pena, the 2 Cubans. There's Holiday. Swings through strike 1. Again, that show, Cuba, baseball's final frontier, will be shown on Fox Sports Midwest Monday at 7:30. It's really a neat program. They were in Cuba during the offseason with all the cameras, behind the scenes shots. 0-2 on Matt Holiday.
Eduardo Perez, Tony Perez's son, here with doing a network game, and we were talking to him about Cuba because he went there and did some of that broadcast, but highly recommended that everybody go to Cuba at some time, just kind of see life is. Said that people treat you with so much respect, said the food is unbelievable.
Some of the Cuban players in the major leagues did not like it because they felt that it put a spotlight on Cuba in a positive light. It did not show what really is happening with those behind the scenes and the families that are struggling and not making any money and working the odd jobs, just trying to make ends meet. So when ESPN and Fox Sports went down, they're staying in the best hotel on the island and yet not seeing the true way that that people are living down there, and it was frustrating for some of the players. Holiday hits it sharply, but right into the shift. It's Ben Zobrist. Missouri Lottery Fox tracks on Holiday. 2 outs.
Oh, we know he's a low ball hitter, and he'll just power so many balls through the middle. Very few shifts to right-handed batters, but I agree. You know, having somebody right up the middle when Holiday is hitting makes sense to me.
Now Adams, who struck out back in the 1st inning. Ball 1. So far for the Cubs, it has been their pitching. The starters throwing the fewest pitches per inning, under 14, best in baseball. And they all have worked at least 6 innings in every start this year. And the last team to do that in the National League, the Astros, when they were part of the senior circuit, 1988, they had 22 games to start that year, and the starters went 6 or more. One ball, 2 strikes on Adams.
I know Matt is 0 for 11 against Hendrick, but boy, I'd just love to see him drop something down the 3rd baseline. Pronounced shift on against him.
Did it twice in spring training. There's the changeup. Adams goes down to get it, slicing towards the gap, and a diving catch by Chris Bryant. Outstanding play from the everyday 3rd baseman who's in left. Bryant with this gem. We played 3. Cardinals on top. And these are great players. Morales, world champion with the Royals. Yoenis Cespedes carried the Mets. Abreu, one of the top hitters. Puig, Yanel Escobar. I don't think we'll fully know or understand their stories of how they got here, how difficult it was. That is hammered into right field. And a long home run, Anthony Rizzo.
You said take that one back. He was robbed of a home run by Grichuk reaching over the fence. First time up. This one a no-doubter. Just watch to see the location. Right in the middle of the plate. Rizzo knew it.
That is home run number 4, RBI number 12. Here's Bryant. Pitch taken high and inside. So Chicago is on the board. Solo home run by Anthony Rizzo. Bryant, a broken bat, hit to third. Carpenter, one away. For the Cubs, tried a long time to get Anthony Rizzo. It's quite a story, thanks to the tenacity of Theo Epstein and also Jed Hoyer. Epstein, by the way, the misconception is he's the GM. He's the president of baseball operations. Jed Hoyer is the GM.
But tell that story because it is unique.
Well, Epstein and Hoyer both were in Boston. They drafted Rizzo in the 6th round. That was in 2007. Hoyer leaves to go to San Diego. They trade him in the deal for Adrian Gonzalez. So now Rizzo's in San Diego. Made his major league debut. He struggled. Theo and Hoyer take over the Cubs. They traded with San Diego in the deal with Andrew Kashner to get him back. Made his debut. Then last year, 4th in the MVP. And along the way, he dealt with battling cancer. He's raised thousands of dollars for those that are afflicted with cancer.
Like they trying to figure out if that ball was fouled off the foot of La Stella.
Here's Holiday near the line. Once that ball is called foul, I don't think they can review that.
I think you're right. And I think that's what Rob Drake was trying to get Mike. Said, Mike, don't worry about it. It's not reviewable.
Brings in Miguel Montero. Montero called out on strikes back in the second inning. Little changeup and a fly ball out to right center. There's Piscotty. Home run by Rizzo, his 4th of the season. Cubs get on the board. We're midway through 4. 4-1 Cardinals. Cardinals with a lead over the Cubs. Let's check in with Jim Hayes.
Dan, obviously Adam Wainwright has been frustrated with his first 3 starts. He told me he's never felt this good while still struggling with his command. Waino says he's taken a team approach trying to iron out what he calls a few mechanical issues. He talked with Mike Matheny, Derek Lilliquist, even John Mabry, and got their feedback. Wainwright told me he's also talked quite a bit with his old friend Chris Carpenter about his mechanics. As Waino put it, who better to talk to than a guy you played catch with for years and has seen you at your best. He told me the main thing Carpenter did was validate that the things he and the coaches had already identified were the things that Carpenter also saw. Wainwright says he thinks he's on the right track and he can't wait for his next start in Arizona to see if he's right, Dan.
We were talking the other day, Jim, with John Smoltz, and John of course knew Adam from his days with the Atlanta Braves. He also was going to make a call. He was working a network game here the other night, and he wanted to talk to Adam. I'm sure Adam's hearing it from everybody.
Oh, sure. Some you appreciate, others you don't. I found it very interesting that one of the first things that he said that Adam should do is don't worry about Twitter. Get off of Twitter.
You get so many good scoops though on on Twitter, Al, that you don't want to miss out. Here's a 1-2 and a strikeout of Randall Grichuk. You know, Mike Matheny, when he talked about Wainwright the other day, he said right now this is all about location with Adam. His stuff is really good. The Chevy Fox Tracks actually said his velocity is up a tick. Curveball was good, still tinkering with it. Remember, after his first start in Pittsburgh, he looked in the mirror, tried to figure out some of the mechanical flaws that maybe he had. And Adam's the kind of guy that as the season goes along, sometimes he'll skip those bullpen sessions just to save his arm, save his strength. But he's trying to get more of a feel during those bullpens, and we'll see more of that this weekend.
Brings up a very good point, because so many times I've never seen anybody bullpen sessions like he does, or even his warm-up pitches on the mound.
There's a ground ball hit up the middle, backhanded by Zobrist. Nice play.
A lot of times it looks like very little effort.
We've got the Trevor Rosenthal bobblehead. It's got a sound chip courtesy of the Hartford. Visit Cardinals.com/promotions for tickets. Cardinals also have their $6 tickets available right now, courtesy of Papa John's. $6 ticket deal. Phillies and Rockies series in May. Cardinals.com/Papa John's for those $6 seats. There's a base hit by Wong to left field. Back in the second inning.
Adams' next start will be Friday against Cashner, who we talked about was traded for Rizzo. Hard thrower.
Big guy.
You know, there was a time that you rarely would you ever trade a position player for a pitcher. Somebody that even a starter is only going to help you once every 5 days, and a position player has a chance to play every day.
Well, key play in this game was the Wong stolen base of third, his second of the year. He draws a walk. We say it was a key play because then eventually it brought up Carlos Martinez. He had a soft liner that more than likely would have been caught by Anthony Rizzo in playing at normal depth. So Wong is your runner at first base, and here is Diaz. Struck out swinging back in the second. This time last year that Diaz was toiling in the minor leagues, eventually left off the 40-man roster.
Whether that was a wake-up call or whatever, but his baseball career took off.
Wong is running, base hit into right field. Runners at the corners. That'll extend the inning to Carlos Martinez.
Now Diaz's offense has been a nice surprise, and he'll settle down defensively. But little hit and run. Wong takes off. Ball's going to be on the outer half. Real easy to go that way. And all of a sudden you have first and third with 2 outs. But you know, Martinez is swinging the bat nicely. Mentioned his base hit and his 3rd RBI already.
Two outs, 2 on. Strike 1. Calling the balls and strikes today, Sam Holbrook. Rob Drake is at first base. Carlos Torres at second. Jerry Davis is the crew chief, and he's down at third. Outfield shallow. Martinez chops it to short. Cardinals strand 2. We entered the 5th. Day baseball here at Busch Stadium.
for Chicago. Baez, Hendricks, and Fowler. Bill Finley is the head groundskeeper here at the ballpark. Just had a visit with our crew chief. That usually signals bad news that weather is coming in. Jerry Davis there, third base umpire, the crew chief. He's taking a look too.
Well, I imagine it was 24 hours ago. This game was, we're calling for a lot of rain. So we've been pretty lucky to get it going, but let's keep it going.
CJ Cherry there on the left. He's the longtime traveling secretary of the St. Louis Cardinals and also keeps the guys informed on what's happening with the weather. And Billy's looking at it right now on his phone. Javier Baez. Aledmys Diaz back in the Cardinals lineup today. So we continue with our Cuban theme. As Baez pops it up. Matt Adams in foul territory makes the catch. Well, the Cardinals have struggled against Pittsburgh and Chicago so far this year. Look at the runs per game. And look at what they've done against Atlanta, Milwaukee, and Cincinnati. They went 7-2 against those three teams. Last year, the Cardinals were 21-17 against Chicago and Pittsburgh.
The only team that had winning records against Chicago and Pittsburgh.
One out, nobody on. That's it out of play. Cardinals have struck out 62 times in the past 5 games. A little bit darker here at the ballpark, also cooler.
Yeah, you just feel the coolness.
John Lackey, 11 strikeouts in game 1. Cardinals struggled against Hamels last night. Here's a 1-2 pitch. And a strikeout of Kyle Hendricks. If you can't watch the games on TV, you can now stream games live on your mobile device. Just go to your app store and download the free Fox Sports Go app. Log in, stream the Cardinals wherever you go. Dexter Fowler at the top of their lineup. Even Carlos taking a look at the dark clouds overhead. But I talked about how Diaz is back in the lineup, and the Cardinals gave him a break. It's not been the offense, as you mentioned, it's been the defense, and he's been out every day working with David Bell on his defense. David saying that his feet and positioning are fine. That's hit out to center, and Grichuk won't get that one. But what they've been working on, Al, is the fact that they want him with his throws, and there's David. Let it go. Let it fly when you throw the baseball. Don't hesitate. Don't think. Because on the bang bang plays, when he doesn't have to think, he's making the plays.
Yeah, and thinkingness gets you in trouble. You know, just react. And we've kind of noticed he has a tendency to get underneath the ball, kind of instead of staying on top. You see, that's what David Bell's talking about right now. Or cutting off his throws, which will get it to sail a little bit too. So don't open up too soon, just like a pitcher. You know, so many of the things are same mechanics.
Hayward on the first pitch, and a fly ball to left, and the fans will love that. One of the great baseball families, David Bell. 4-1 St. Louis. 9th, 30,000 fans ages 16 and older receive an adult zip-up hooded sweatshirt. Stay warm as you cheer on the Cardinals all season long. Visit cardinals.com/promotions for tickets. Once again, the $6 tickets are available for you at the Phillies and Rockies series. Cardinals.com/Papa John's. Take advantage of those $6 seats. Here's Carpenter, 0 for 2. Struck out back in the first and hit into a double play. 3-6-1 in the second. 4-1 Cardinals. 2-run homer by Holiday. First inning. Cardinals picked up 2 more in the second. Rizzo flips to Kyle Hendricks for the out.
With the rain apparently approaching and the Cardinals leading this game, it is an official game right now. 4.5 innings. You have the lead. But let's just add on and hopefully don't have any interruptions.
Here's Piscotty, who's 1 for 2. Average at 231. Scored a run on the Holiday home run. Cubs head to Cincinnati for the first of 4 beginning tomorrow night. Cardinals will enjoy the off day, head to the West Coast. A 2-2. High strike, and Piscotty caught looking, and that's number 5 for Kyle Hendricks. Power stats brought to you by Kubota. Holiday with that home run back in the first inning. 2-run shot. Most home runs against the Cubs since 2010. Mentioned he has 22 overall, so this is just since the 2010 campaign. Holiday, Braun, Pujols, then McCutchen. Second time up, grounded into the shift. A hard hit ball up the middle, but Ben Zobrist, playing on the shortstop side of the bag, put it away. You know, for guys like Holiday, and he broke into the league in 2004, you didn't see shifts ever.
No.
You just wonder about guys in the minor leagues now getting used to it. And that next wave of players dealing with the shift. The high fly ball lifted into right. Jason Hayward backs up a few steps and makes the catch. Cardinals go in order. We head to the 6th. 4-1 St. Louis. taste of the frozen strawberry lemonade. It's available all summer long, and it's only at McDonald's. Last season, Carlos Martinez had an ERA over 5 against the Cubs, but yet posted 4 wins.
Very important inning here for him, because when he goes 6 innings, just phenomenal success.
The 1-0 pitch.
And when Carlos goes 6 innings or plus, the Cardinals are 20-2. If he goes under 6 innings, Cardinals are 5-6.
See a few times Martinez frustrated with his strike zone as he backs away off the mound. 3 balls, no strikes on Zobrist.
And I like what Yadi's doing right now. You know, seeing young pitchers that sometimes can let a call or a misplay get underneath the skin. So go out there and get him back in. Say, hey, you got a lead here. You know, you're in control. It's just 1 pitch. Now go get back here. You know, you're falling behind the guy. Don't do that either. 3-0, you make a hitter a lot more dangerous.
It's also a good look at the brace that Yadi is using on his catcher's hand, which is connected to the glove. He's got a couple of different braces there for the wrist and the thumb, and then extra padding inside the glove.
I don't think people really understand how much your hands get beat up. And even you got that big catcher's glove. These guys throwing so hard, or the movement a little off center, and you can do a lot of damage to those. And he knows about it with his 3 surgeries last year and a half.
What's on Tap is brought to you by Budweiser. Adam Wainwright, Friday at 9. Wainwright against Cashner. You can see that game on Fox Sports Midwest. Rizzo, a solo home run back in the 4th to account for the only scoring for the Cubs today. It's 4-1. Third walk issued by Carlos Martinez. 1 swing of the bat, they could be right back in this game.
And Dan, that home runs have been a good omen for the Cubs this year. Prior to this year, they're 9-0 when hitting at least 1 home run in a game. That won't last all season.
Cubs are 7-1 on the road this year. And that is hit foul. Historically, a sign of a good team, being able to win on the road.
Oh, and if you go back to late last season, remember they really put a charge in September, but they are 16-1 in their last 17 road games in the regular season.
So hard to sweep, and then it's so hard to sweep when you're on the road. Last time Chicago did that against the Cardinals here at Busch Stadium, September of 2010. Little jam shot lifted to left field, coming on Holiday. 1 out. You get here to the ballpark early, you'll see like Aledmys Diaz taking the ground balls, working on his throws. Well, today around 9:45, it was Lance Lynn. And it's good to see him throwing under the guidance of the medical team. He was playing catch with Blaze Ilsley, the bullpen coach, and also Derek Lilliquist was playing catch, but good to see him at least throwing the baseball.
Yeah, I think he's probably now has moved back to 120 feet. And in September, they say he can get on the mound.
It's amazing, isn't it?
And what is important about that, and because, you know, he had it last fall, the surgery, Tommy John surgery, he could get out there maybe in September, kind of get on the mound, get a little feel there, then have a normal off season. And about 17 months after surgery, he'll start the season next year, and that's good.
2 balls, no strikes on Bryant.
Where Marco Gonzalez had the season, you know, or had the Tommy John a week or so ago. Well, he's, you know, it's a 12 to 15 month, you know, recovery time. So it's going to take him and miss part of next year, where Lance Lynn will have 17 months, so he'll be in good shape.
3-0. It's where you get a little nervous. 3-0 on Bryant. Try to groove one to him. You could park it in the seats.
It's 1 for 9 off of Carlos Martinez, but like you said, you make a dangerous hitter even more dangerous when you're falling behind the count.
Here's a 3-0 pitch. And Bryant was swinging away. Couldn't catch up, and a fly ball out to right. Catch made by Piscotty. Big out there.
Looked like they wanted it away, and it stays in the middle of the plate, just up enough to where he couldn't center the ball. But as you said, he fell behind Zobrist. 3-0 to Bryant. Start throwing strikes again. Pitch ahead in the count.
Pitch number 84. This will be Tommy La Stella with a runner at first base. That's Zobrist. A strength of the Cardinals, no matter who they face this year, has been their bullpen. And last night, 4 innings, 1 hit, 6 strikeouts. Segrist, Rosenthal among the strikeout leaders among relievers in the National League.
And there's no doubt that the bullpen is going to be a real strength of this ball club. It was good last year. We think it's going to be better this year, but you don't want to be that consistently throwing 4 innings. That's why the Cubs bullpen has been so good. They've thrown the fewest innings because their starters for the Cubs have been so good.
Here's a 1-1. That ball scoots away from Molina. And a wild pitch. How good has O been so far for the Cardinals? Last night he pitched in the 6th, struck out 2. He has yet to allow a run.
Only 1 hit and a ton of strikeouts. I think he leads National League relievers in strikeouts.
It's kind of a lonely existence for O. One guy you could talk to is his interpreter, and you probably get sick of him.
Matt Bowman's smart enough to know how to communicate with him.
2 balls and 1 strike on La Stella. And time is called.
I'm not sure I really like the shift with somebody like Stella. In the outfield, Holiday playing close to the line like a right-handed pull hitter, and Yachty trying to reel Martinez back in.
I must say that to myself about 9 or 10 different times during the game. I don't like this shift, but then I see it and it looks crazy, and it works out more times than not. The numbers bear it out, but I'm with you. It doesn't make a lot of sense for a guy that's throwing as hard as Martinez, and La Stella is able to go the other way.
Well, and you can see in the outfield they are playing the other way.
So if he's hitting a ground ball more times than not, it's to the right side. The 2-1 pitch. But I agree totally. I mean, sometimes you look at these alignments and you just wonder why, but the numbers bear it out.
Yeah, you know, you're talking about a part-time player, you know, a guy that, you know, little, doesn't have a lot of pop, so you would think he would spray the ball around a little bit. And are you dictating that Martinez primarily has to pound him in?
Looking for strikeout number 6. The 2-2. Ground ball, there it is to the right side. He turned on it. Positioned perfectly, Matt Adams. Bottom of the 6th rolls in. Adams leads it off when we come back. Can't wait. Here's Matt Adams. He was robbed of a hit with a diving catch by Chris Bryant in left back in the third and struck out in the first. That's hit the other way. Bryant on the move again and won't get it. It's a ground rule double for Matt Adams. His second double this year.
Broken 0 for 12 against Hendrick. And of course, coming off the bat of a left-handed hitter, that ball's going to slice away from the left fielder and hopped into the stand. So Bryant really had no shot.
It's two more, or rather one more hit today for Adams, who's starting to swing the bat. He was robbed by Bryant, so may start seeing a little bit more time at first base with Matt Adams. Chris Bosio out to visit. His clock is already at 13. He's got to start to hustle a little bit more, I think. Then you get like maybe three or four more sentences.
What's the fine? Do we know?
Well, you get letters, just like if you stepped out of the batter's box. You know how they changed that rule.
Yeah.
And then after, if you're a repeat offender, you will get fined.
Well, maybe Bosio takes the Bob Gibson approach. Used to get fined $50 for knocking somebody down. He said, I got a whole bunch of $50 bills.
Ramirez and Richard getting loose in the pen. Here's Randall Grichuk. He had one of the top plays we've seen defensively this year back in the first inning. On the first pitch, pops it up. Shortstop Baez puts it away for the out. Looks like the NL Central is going to be very good again this season. Last year, outstanding. Top three teams in the division. .607 winning percentage combined. What a race. Took 100 wins to win it.
And you know, how the Cardinals won it was they had, and they're going to intentionally pass Molina here. Pitch to Wong. Yachty, his batting average with runners in scoring position is over 400.
He's hitting .423 even with runners on. They see the intentional walk here, and then would they bring in Richard to face Colton Wong? Cardinals then could counter with Jed Jerko.
Well, Madden has that choice. Of course, it would break the string of every starter in every game going at least 6 innings. But right now he's trying to get back in this game, and looks like that's going to be the case.
Joe Madden will go to his bullpen. It's a Chevy call to the pen when we come back. Reminder, Edward Jones honored to sponsor the Cardinals Hall of Fame. The 8-man ballot on Cardinals.com/HOF. Make your selection. 2 most deserving legends that will go into the Cardinals Hall of Fame. Vote now at Cardinals.com/HOF. Pulsifer, Wilson, Isringhausen. That was supposed to be the trio in New York that would lead them into the next generation. Instead, he went to Oakland, became a closer, signed with St. Louis, the Brighton, Illinois native, and he became the all-time saves leader in St. Louis Cardinals history. Grew up a Cardinals fan and had some great years here in St. Louis. You have a chance to vote for Izzy, one of our favorites. Boy, he had some great years.
Yes, he did. I don't think the fans ever quite appreciated him for how good he was. And how about the year when he had the hip problem and did a lot of tutoring down there in the bullpen with all the young pitchers? That 2006?
2006. Give him a lot of credit for pitching through that hip issue as Wong, showing bunt, pulls back and takes a ball. Pitched through a number of issues too, with the shoulder and the hip, the elbow.
Oh yeah.
Various ailments and surgeries that he dealt with, and he was a terrific closer. So a chance to vote for Izzy. 1 ball, 1 strike. The Cardinals were 0 for 14 in the first 2 games with runners in scoring position. That has changed this afternoon.
Got hit by a pitch on the toe, his front foot. Now he just fouls one off it.
Wong has had those issues with runners in scoring position and in general with runners on base. He is 2 for 23 to start the year with runners on base, still looking for that first extra base hit. Singled and scored back in the 2nd, walked in the 4th.
Just need to relax. Don't try and make up for all the lost time you didn't do it. Do it now.
See where Richard would be very tough on these lefties.
Yeah, as you can see how he really throws across his body. Every left-hander throws across their body to some degree, and then he's on that first base side of the rubber, releases it, kind of slings the ball, and you can see to a left-handed hitter, it looks like he's releasing the ball behind your back. His 9th big league season.
It's also Mike Matheny showing a vote of confidence here with Wong facing the lefty and not going to Jerko. Big gap in right center. 3-2 pitch. Spoiled by Wong. You know, little things like that, especially early on in a season with a young player that really, let's be honest, he fights it a lot. You know, very tough on himself. This is the kind of thing that can give him some confidence.
And this is what you got to do too with a pitcher like this. We talk about where the pitcher can't let his front shoulder fly open. Well, a hitter can't do it also.
Here's a 3-2. Wong, a little bouncer to Rizzo. He'll go to 2nd for the out. So they get Yadier Molina. 2 outs, runners at the corners. See if Joe Madden goes back to his bullpen.
And he just signaled.
A Chevy call to the pen. We'll tell you about the change when we come back. lot of the action in the first inning. Randall Grichuk takes away a 2-run homer off the bat of Rizzo. And then a 2-run homer for Matt Holliday. Cardinals tacked on 2 more after that in the second. Jumped out to a 4-0 lead. And we saw a solo home run by Rizzo to make it 4-1. That's where it stands right now. Ramirez, his last 13 games dating back to last season, 12 1/3, and he's given up just 2 runs, 1.46 ERA. Rain starts to fall here at the ballpark. This is Aledmys Diaz with runners at first and third. Runner goes from first, and it's fouled back. Good jump by Wong. He's been running today.
Did.
Had a stolen base, number 2 of third base back in that second inning.
I remember when first time I saw Ramirez, obviously had a real power arm. Had a lot of problems with shoulder inflammation and abdominal strains, but got a good live arm. Came in the Garza in when he went to Texas, along with a bunch of other prospects that turned into suspects.
Diaz has struck out. That was in the second. Single to right. Wong is running again, and the 0-1 is popped up. Battling the raindrops, it's Rizzo. Umbrellas are out. The ponchos. Rain will continue to fall for quite some time. We head to the 7th, and it's 4-1 Cardinals. Seventh inning rolls in. Jim Hayes is with us. Al Raboski, Dan McLaughlin, our entire Fox Sports Midwest crew. As Carlos Martinez is pitching into the 7th, as he did in his last start. Martinez has walked 3, he's struck out 5. Pitch count at 88, so you figure this would probably be his final inning of work.
But you know, you're going 7 innings. If you go through 7 innings, he's done his job. Last start, it was what, a 3-run home run by Votto, the only scoring.
That was it. Breaking ball is tapped foul.
Rizzo, a home run in this game.
Here's the 0-2 and a ground ball to Carpenter, who is well off the line. 1 away.
Bring up a good point about all these shifts, that sometimes you got to start those in the minor leagues to get the pitchers used to it. You could have some veteran pitchers. Think about a Bob Gibson or a Chris Carpenter, 2 exceptional, two of the best competitors you ever saw, but if they saw a base hit with a guy out of position, I don't think they'd like it.
Carpenter would stare back at his defense and then stare in the dugout. John Lackey did that a year ago. Here's an 0-1. Now 0-2. It is amazing how much rain these ball fields can take at the major league level. Sandy surface is underneath, soaks in as Baez flies to center field. Grichuk is there for out number 2.
You know, it's almost equivalent to the turf, the draining system, and you had the artificial surfaces until they came up with this long rooted and sand base to where if it stops raining you can play. You know, these fields will take a tremendous amount of rain.
It's a 4-man bench, all from the right side. This is Matt Caesar pinch hitting for Neil Ramirez. Primarily has been used as a late inning replacement for Joe Madden. Rain picks up ever so slightly, and it's popped up. There's Adams in foul territory. 1, 2, 3 for Carlos Martinez. Only took 9 pitches that half inning. 4-1, time to stretch. Is going to put the tarp on the field. The Cubs did go out to warm up. Trevor Cahill was to pitch, and now they've decided to put the tarp on the field as the rain has really picked up here at the ballpark. That would have been it for Carlos Martinez, Al, as Mike Matheny was going to go to his bench.
Yeah, Hazelbaker was going to hit. Good outing for Martinez. Kept his pitch count under 100 and goes 7 innings in this ball game, and Cardinals are in line for the victory if we restart it or if we don't.
So we'll step aside, take a break, and then we'll head to the studio with Scott Warman and Brad Thompson. It's 4-1 Gila Tech rain delay. pitch and scaling the wall to take a home run away. And then it was Matt Holliday, bottom of the first. A 2-run homer, his 3rd of the season. That made it 2-0 Redbirds. The Cardinals in the 2nd inning get a couple of runners on. Molina at third base and a wild pitch to Aledmys Diaz. That makes it 3-0 Cardinals. Wong would steal third. Carlos Martinez infield in. Drops a base hit into shallow right. That made it 4-0. And then it was Anthony Rizzo in the 4th inning. No doubt about this one. He connects. And that got the Cubs on the board. And along the way, we've seen outstanding pitching from Carlos Martinez. And this is our Chevy call to the pen. Trevor Cahill will come in. We saw him in game 1. And he's 1-3 in 5 appearances here at Busch Stadium. And he will face Jeremy Hazelbaker.
Yeah, these two were scheduled to face each other 3 hours plus for a rain delay.
This is our Honda home run inning. The Gateway Honda dealers will donate $1,000 to the Make-A-Wish Foundation if the Cardinals hit a home run this inning. Hazelbaker's in a little bit of a funk.
Yeah, 0 for his last 15, and looks like the league has made an adjustment on him. It's time for Jeremy to make an adjustment on them. Still very good numbers after a very good spring, leading the club in home runs and RBIs. They've been pounding him in and then away late.
And a ground ball hit to second base. Rain delay of 3 hours and 21 minutes.
Now the Cubs have to be thankful. You usually don't wait that long. But they're giving the Cubs a chance to come from behind in this ball game. A little different crowd than what we started out with, Danny.
Oh, I'd say so. If you stuck around, well, more power to you. And for fans that just got home, maybe from work, you get the chance to watch baseball live. You normally wouldn't have that opportunity. So welcome in to our broadcast here on Fox Sports Midwest. Carpenter today is 0 for 3. Just trying to get loose. That's Rizzo along with his teammates after the long delay. Day game after a night game, so quick turnaround for these guys.
I was a little surprised that players didn't come out sooner.
I was surprised we didn't start this sooner.
Yes, that's the biggest surprise. We could have been home, enjoyed our meal and everything else, but Carpenter, you see the numbers against Cahill. I think Cahill is a little healthier right now.
Former 18-game winners. Carpenter shoots it into left center field. It's well hit. Fowler makes the catch on the run. Covers a lot of ground out there in center field as we get a look at our Plaza Tires Fox Tracks.
It's moving away, drives the ball out there, and as you said, Fowler, long strides and very much under control. Didn't panic at all, just got over there and hauled it in.
Here's Steven Piscotty. He is 1 for 3 with a double and a run scored. And a base hit into right field.
So Piscotty's trying to break out a little bit. A tough homestand for him, but 2 for 4 today.
And it brings in Holliday. Holliday, a 2-run homer back in the first. Hard hit ball against the shift with the second baseman Zobrist on the shortstop side of the bag. And he also flied out to right.
That's his 3 home runs off of Cahill.
A short lead at first. That's Piscotty. And a strike. Big Cardinal fans are Mike and Jane Leach. They don't miss a game, and they just had their first baby girl, Abigail Kathleen Leach. Arrived late last night. Healthy, 7 pounds, 1 ounce. Parents doing well, daughter doing well. Congratulations to Mike and Jane Leach. Here's an 0-1. Did he hold up? He did. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Nice pick by Montero.
Seung-Hwan Oh, part of this very good bullpen for the Cardinals. Getting loose, he would pitch the 8th. Here's a 1-1. Hit sharply to short. Force play at second. We head to the 8th. Oh, coming on when we come back. Cardinals as we move to the top of the 8th. And the BJC Healthcare difference maker for the Cardinals this year. The starters as opposed to the relievers. Cardinals do get a very good start from Carlos Martinez today. 7 innings, back-to-back games for him, going 7 innings, and the relievers have just been sensational for St. Louis. So Seung-Hwan Oh will come into the ball game for the Cardinals. And this will be the first time he has pitched in back-to-back games. Now, if you look at the schedule, it was back-to-back, but an off day between 2 games in Pittsburgh. He did pitch last night. We saw O in the 6th inning, and it was a 1-2-3 inning with 2 strikeouts.
He's had at least 1 strikeout in all 7 appearances.
Dexter Fowler, the first pitch is fouled back. Hazelbaker takes over in left, stays in the game after pinch hitting. And Ruben Tejada is the shortstop. Here's a 0-1. Check swing did not go. So Ruben Tejada got the start last night, takes over at shortstop.
And I think we'll see that more of that if the Cardinals have a lead late in the game. Hazelbaker and Tejada, part of the more reliable defense. We think, and we hope.
Well, Fowler has been on base twice with a walk and also a single to center. The 2-1 pitch. Off the glove of Adams as that ball gets away from him. Leadoff base hit.
Boy, he's been on base a ton, hasn't he? Over 500 on base percentage, 3 for 4 today. A couple hits, a walk. Matt kind of gets over there and hits the heel of the glove and he ejects out.
Here's Jason Hayward. Singled on a 3-1 pitch against Martinez in the first, and twice he flied out to left. The Cardinals trying to salvage one game in this series and avoid the sweep. Chicago trying to pick up their first sweep in St. Louis since 2010.
Hayward 1 for 12 in this series, but he's hit several balls right on the nose and made a couple nice defensive plays.
Here's a 1-0 pitch. Taken high. We saw the other day that O went multiple innings. First time he had done that, and this is the first time in back-to-back games. Here's a 2-0 to Hayward.
I think we're going to see a lot of O becoming back-to-backs. He had that 2-inning affair on Saturday, and with an off day tomorrow, he would be my first choice here, and then Rosenthal in the ninth.
The 2-1 pitch. 3-1. Zobrist on deck. We talked about how well he has pitched. He has faced now 29 hitters, 13 strikeouts. Only 1 hit allowed coming into play today.
A little bit of blemish is the 5 walks, but 2 of those came in his U.S. debut.
The 3-1 pitch. A full count on Hayward. We'll do it again. Follow your runner at first base. A 3-2 pitch. Tying run comes to the plate. Seung-Hwan Oh, the Hyundai pitch arsenal. Variety of pitches. What surprised me a little bit is the fastball, which has gotten to 94, 95 a couple of times.
Yeah, we've seen that velocity go up a bit. It's also deceptive, so his velocity is going to be even more sneakier. Jump on you before you're ready for it.
From the Cardinals' perspective, what concerns you is the man on deck, Rizzo, with a chance to tie it potentially. But first, it's Zobrist. 0 for 2 with a walk. Out to right field. And the catch is made. Runner from second base, that's Fowler, will tag up. And the tying run comes to the plate in Rizzo.
I was thinking that might be a tough at bat because Zobrist is so good at putting the ball in play, but hit it right on the nose, but right at the right fielder. This could be your ball game right here.
Are you surprised at all not to see a lefty come in to face Rizzo?
Yes and no. You know, Segrist is developing that curveball, is getting better to neutralize left-handed batters, but Kevin Segrist, as good as he is, he's better at retiring right-handed batters.
Similar situation over the weekend with Votto. He stuck with O. He sticks with him here against Rizzo. Off speed pitch taken a little bit high.
And I think because of the success he had against Votto, he gains this opportunity right here against Rizzo.
4 more walks today for Chicago. That's now 74 this year, tops in MLB. Here's a 1-0 pitch to Rizzo. Another changeup taken high and away.
Roxton throwing in the Cardinal bullpen. It's like
I just wonder, though, with the off day tomorrow, if O can get an out, if you're going to bring in a right-hander, make it a 4-out save for Rosenthal.
I thought about that, but he's not up.
Two balls, no strikes.
Which I find a bit surprising.
We got Chris Bryant on deck. Tying run at the plate. The 2-0 pitch to Rizzo. It was another changeup.
Yeah. 3 in a row. That was the best one he's the bunch, and had Rizzo way out in front. The fingers split. And it just kind of disappears on him.
Would he go with 4 changeups in a row? He did. Fouled back. Isn't that something? 4 in a row.
They always talk about how creative Yachty is back there, but you have to execute. You're not asking for a hanger. You're not asking for something. It looks like fastball away.
And the 2-2. Oh, just missed.
A little bit low. Give Rizzo some credit laying off it.
Hayward, your runner at first base. He's not running, and the pitch is popped up and out of play. Down by 3 runs. If Rizzo makes it out, you still have a chance with Bryant with a 3-run homer.
Sure. And the Cubs, it's early in the year, but they have a little, when they get a home run, they got one earlier in the game from Rizzo. They're 10-0 on the season.
Does he go back to the changeup? The 3-2. He did, and it's a base hit into right field. A run will score. It's the first run that O has allowed this year. And things have gotten interesting here at Busch Stadium. Lead is cut to 4-2, and Chris Bryant will dig in.
And Mike Matheny, slow walk out with Eugene, the interpreter. The ball's up a little bit and pulls it through. You know, if Adams not holding the runner on, probably puts that in his hip pocket. But holding the runner on, it gets underneath the glove.
A lot of the pitches in this inning from O have been up, whether it's the fastball or the changeup. No clock right now is on Mike Matheny. Had a situation the other day when he wanted to talk to O, and basically said afterwards, because it was about a 45-second to a minute conversation, if you're going to find me or write me a letter, go ahead and do it, but I need to talk to my pitcher about how we want to approach this situation.
And I think baseball has given him leeway because of, you know, the interpreter and the time that takes.
So runners at the corners with 1 out, and here is Bryant. The slider misses down and away. Bryant with 2 home runs this year. 0 for 3 today. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Good pitch there. Bryant last year struck out 199 times, but unanimous choice is Rookie of the Year, so you know he's got pop.
One and two. Does he go with the slider? Is it the changeup? Is it location with the fastball?
I think that's one of the keys with O and his success is that he can throw so many different pitches, 4 strikes, and every one of them's a little bit different, but I'd pick the slider.
The 1-2, and he just got a piece of the slider. Broxton continues to throw in the bullpen. On the Chicago side, they have a right-hander getting loose.
I believe it's Adam Warren.
1-2 pitch to Bryant. Ground ball. Tough to turn to. The tag is there clearly by Wong. Oh, slowed it down just a bit. A run does score to make it 4-3.
Off the plate, does a great job. Just get a little piece of that, and here you see, Rizzo runs right into Wong there, and you saw how Wong used both hands to protect that ball, make sure it didn't drop. It's a little more interesting.
So Hayward scores the Cubs' 3rd run today. 4-3. Tying run is at first base. Fastball and a strike to Tommy La Stella, who has walked, also flied out to left and grounded out to first. The 0-1 inside. Short lead at first by Bryant. The 1-1. 1-2. La Stella didn't like it. The strike zone primarily has been a higher strike zone, especially early in the game. See if he goes with a changeup. Yachty wants it upstairs. Gets it there, fouled back.
Yachty wanted that ball a little higher than that. And hopefully we get him to chase a pitch up after you see him the pitch down. Go to first base.
You'll notice O never shakes off Molina. Whatever he puts down, O was telling me the other day, that's what he goes with. No indecision. Whatever the choice of Yachty or Molina is, that's the pitch they go with.
Change up.
1 ball and 2 strikes on Tommy La Stella. Change up, fouled back.
A little up too. One thing I don't like about that, Dan, is you just have to be thinking right with the Yachty and say, okay, that's the one I want. Normally you have to ask for a suggestion from the catcher, but yet you want to throw the pitch that you have the most conviction behind.
Big gap in right center field. The 1-2 pitch hit that way. Grichuk on the move, coming in and makes the play. The Cubs though pick up 2. First time that O is allowed a run in Major League Baseball. It's 4-3 midway through 8. Cardinals baseball on Fox Sports Midwest is brought to you by Budweiser. This Bud's for you. And by Steel Outdoor Power Equipment. Quality, reliability, and value. Find a servicing Steel dealer at steeldealers.com or search STIHL. Pitched in the game last night. That's Warren. He pitched the 7th inning, gave up no hits, struck out 2, but he did walk 2 in that appearance in game number 2. This will be his 5th appearance of the season. Jorge Solera comes into the ballgame. He'll take over in left. Chris Bryant shifts from left field to third base. Cardinals will have Matt Adams, Randall Grichuk, and Yadier Molina.
And hopefully about 6 more.
And Rosenthal gets up to start to throw in the Cardinals' pen. Once again, Monday night, 7:30. Focus of our game, at least a good portion of it, was on those that play Major League Baseball that hail from Cuba. And the show is called Cuba, Baseball's Final Frontier. That's Monday night, 7:30, before the Cardinals take on the Arizona Diamondbacks. Cubs fly out after the game today, head to Cincinnati, 1st to 4 tomorrow. And the Cardinals have an off day, travel to San Diego tomorrow afternoon. 3 in San Diego to face the Padres, and then 4 against the Arizona Diamondbacks. All 3 this weekend on Fox Sports Midwest. Here's Matt Adams, who struck out, was robbed in the 3rd, and also a ground rule double. First pitch taken for a strike. Cardinals on their bench have Moss from the left side, Fryer, Jerko, Tejada left on the right. Shift on here for Adams. 0-2. Changeup and got him on 3 pitches.
Yeah, I got 1st and 3rd with changeups.
Rain starts to fall again. Understand another cell is going to hit downtown St. Louis in about a half hour. The circle changed there by Warren.
That's how you throw a good one. You know, you don't throw a strike when you're head there.
Randall Grichuk 0 for 3. Warren is the 5th pitcher used by Joe Madden today. Those that are left here at the ballpark, the ushers will invite them down to the lower portion of the seating areas here at the ballpark. Cubs fans have convened over by their dugout. Cardinal fans move to the Cardinal dugout.
You have a long rain delay like this. Seems like a lot of times your home fans, especially ones that live right here in the Metroplex, are going to go home. 3 hour and 20 minute, but people that come from out of town will stick around a little longer.
Shift is on here for Grichuk, and the 2-1.
Also seems like if you're the visiting team, and this is getaway day for the Cubs, that they really don't have any place to go. After this game, they'll go to Cincinnati, but Cardinal players with the off day tomorrow all had dinner plans and everything else, but they were being interrupted. It's usually does work to the advantage of the visiting team during a long rain delay.
3-1. Taken high and a walk for Randal Grichuk. June 18th, Busch Stadium hosts the 12th annual Purina Pooches in the ballpark, and those tickets go on sale beginning at 10 a.m. April 22nd. Cardinals.com/Pooches. That has been a positive here for Randal Grichuk with the slow start. The amount of walks, that was his 9th walk this year.
He's probably he'll end up walking as much this month as he did virtually all last year. Very aggressive, but right now he needs to take and see the ball better.
Here's Yadier Molina. Molina hitting .423 with runners on base. Very good with runners in scoring position, among the league leaders. Coming off his 6th multi-hit game last night. And he also picked up the 6th triple of his career. He had 3 triples in 11 years, 3 in the last 2. Good cut. Also, another reminder, the Papa John's tickets, $6 tickets, are on sale for Cardinal fans. Phillies and Rockies series in May. Cardinals.com/Papa John's for those $6 seats. Those are nearly sold out. Short lead at first by Randal Grichuk. He is running, and time is called right over the head of the umpire. My goodness.
Well, that's what you get when you call it so late. Pitcher would try to stop his windup at that point. You do injury to your arm.
Almost some injury to the umpire.
He threw it extremely. The Jolly Green Giant wouldn't have been hit by that one.
And you thought the Cardinals may be running. Montero has yet to catch a man. Base stealers 8 for 8 against him. You also think about the potential of the hit and run with Yadier Molina.
Do a lot of things with a guy that sprays the ball around, and in Yadi's case is so good at going to the opposite field. May get a pitch that he'll like to do it with.
He set up outside and backed up, jammed Yadi, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Warren comes over from the Yankees. He was part of the Starlin Castro deal. Castro shipped to the Yankees. Cubs signed Ben Zobrist to a 4-year contract. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And the ball gets away from Rizzo. Grichuk to second base, safe. Randall Stetter stepped just a little bit, made the play closer than maybe it should have been on that pickoff.
Well, I'll tell you one thing too there, that Watch the throw. Get a little late in getting back. Goes off the glove, off Grichuk. And Caesar just tries to deke. You see how Arbaez tries to deke Grichuk, make him think there's no throw. Standing there flat-footed, catches the ball and tries to tag all at the same motion.
Change up the signs now with a runner at second base. 1-2 the count. It's a big run out there for the Cardinals. Rosenthal just standing on the mound out in the bullpen. He's loose and ready to go. On 1-2, it's a base hit out to left. Grichuk will score. It's 5-3 Cardinals on an RBI from Yadier Molina.
And another multi-hit game for Yadi. But that, you mentioned it, that was a big run out there. Now it's a big run in the record books. Didn't sound like good contact. Might have even broke the bat, but it guaranteed that it would be an easy play, that Grichuk with his speed was going to be able to come around and score. Let's see, 8th RBI for Yadi.
In steps Colton Wong, on base twice today. Wong is due. Singled and scored after he stole a base back in the second inning. Walked left stranded in the 4th. And a ground out against Clayton Richard in the 6th. Short lead at first by Molina. Popped up left side and out of play. Brandon Moss has moved to the on-deck circle. This Cardinals team has done some serious damage with their pinch hitters thus far this year. And Moss a big reason why. Cardinal pinch hitters 10 for 24. If you didn't get it the first time with that souvenir, you got another crack at it. And a bear hug. Here's the 0-2. Wong puts it in play. A little grounder to Rizzo. He'll go to second to get Molina. Knowing his running speed, even though it's slowly hit, could get the lead man. And the pinch hitter will be Brandon Moss. Moss 2 for 5 with 2 home runs, 4 RBIs as a pinch hitter this year.
We talk about those lofty numbers for Cardinal pinch hitters. You see Molina, who gave the insurance run. Maybe Moss can add to it, but 6 pinch hit home runs for the Cardinals already.
He has homered in his career against this right-hander. A lot of all or nothing early on here with Brandon Moss, with the 4 home runs, 2 doubles. So 6 extra base hits to account of the 7 that he has, but he's got 15 strikeouts.
First game of the series, he had 4 strikeouts in that game.
0-1 pitch. Popped up. Shift was on, so it's got to be Montero sliding for it and comes up short.
Well, sometimes the shift will help you. Other times it definitely hurts you. If you have a normal third baseman there, it's a relatively easy play. But with it, everybody shifted towards right, made it very tough for anybody to get near it defensively. New life Do something with it.
With 2 strikes, stay with the shift. 0-2 the count. Runner goes, and strikeout number 16 for Moss on the year. Got him with the changeup, but the Cardinals pick up an RBI off the bat of Yadier Molina. An errant pickoff lets Grichuk get in scoring position. Cardinals make him pay. The base hit and the 8th RBI for Yadier Molina. 5-3 we head to the 9th. Rosenthal, in his last 11 save opportunities against the Cubs, he has saved all 11. It's our Chevy call to the pen. And now it's a 2-run cushion for St. Louis. Rosenthal 3 for 3 in save opportunities so far. He will get Miguel Montero to lead it off. Then Baez and Soler.
If the Cardinals are leading after 8, they win. If they're trailing after 8, they lose.
Rain has picked up a little bit here in downtown St. Louis. The 0-1 pitch. 0-2.
Montero's 0 for 3 against Trevor with 2 strikeouts. And now hitting down in the count.
Last time we saw Rosenthal was Sunday. Picked up a save. That was against the Cincinnati Reds. The 0-2 pitch to Montero. At 97 from Trevor.
Now they want that one up. Throw a ball up around the eyes of a hitter, especially if you've been working down. You know, they just see the ball so much better and they can't get on top of it. So they're still trying to work up.
1-2 and struck him out. 98 on the gun. Kia in the driver's seat, the all-time saves leaders for the St. Louis Cardinals. Rosenthal moving up this list. He's at 99, trying to make it 100 here today. Jason Isringhausen, 300 saves in his career, 217 while wearing the birds on the bat. Strike to Baez. Addison Russell, David Ross left on the bench for Chicago. Quickly, no balls and 2 strikes.
Sometimes when you give Rosenthal like 3 days rest, it's not fair, is it?
Dominating. He had back-to-back games with 30-plus pitches. Went with the changeup taken high.
Oh, it's evident now that we've seen Rosenthal and pick up those 99 saves. When he has sufficient rest, he is dominant. Back-to-back 45 saves last year.
1-2, not even close. Blew it by him. 2 strikeouts for Rosenthal. We turn to our Budweiser player of the game. As the Cardinals try to pick up 1 win in this series, it's Carlos Martinez. Good start for him. 7 innings, 3 hits, struck out 5, 97 pitches. Here's Soler. Martinez also had a RBI base hit, part of a 2-run inning, which was back in the 2nd.
And also think about the youngster, 3-0 on the season. But also, you know, after your other starter's been struggling, he takes the bull by the horn and becomes a stopper. See, Rosenthal feels it now.
The 1-1. Now 1-2. 98 on the black. The Cubs down to their final strike. One-two pitch. This copyrighted telecast presented by the authority of the Cardinals may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the St. Louis Cardinals.
99 with that last one. Do you go for triple digits or the changeup?
The 1-2 pitch struck him out. Strikes out the side. And it's save number 100 in Trevor Rosenthal's career. The Cardinals win it by the score of 5-3. Rosenthal with number 100, and he does it in fine fashion by striking out the side.
It took a while, but the Cardinals do salvage one game here. They get pick up a game on the Cubs. They're 3 back. Enjoy the off day tomorrow, and then go out on the West Coast and get back in the pennant race. Still early though.
The post-game show is next. Make sure you stay with us. What a play by Grichuk. That set the tone. The Cardinals win it. They salvage a game in this series. Post-game next.